Ja nič ne čujemo, no. Ti? Kaj?
I hope everybody is comfortable, has found their seats. If not, please do so that we can start.
Dobar dan I dobrodošli na
Hello and welcome to the ESPON workshop, A Place for People, Croatia and its new architectural policies. First, I would like to welcome you on behalf of the team working on ESPON 2030, the Ministry of Physical Planning, Construction and State Assets, and especially the Institute for Spatial Development, which has taken over the main organizational role. And this has all allowed us to gather here today. This year, we will be marking the 10-year anniversary of Croatia's accession to the European Union and also the 10-year anniversary of our active participation in the ESPON program. ESPON is one of the programs that our ministry is competent for. Other than ESPON, we have the URBACT program, dedicated to the development and cooperation between cities. Why ESPON? What is ESPON 2030? It is a program co-financed by member states in a lesser amount and the European Union in the majority amount. And the basic role is to support through the research work and the development of different tools, maps, atlases, and also in the implementation of different research to create European policies. These are not only the policies adopted on the level of the European Union, these are also national policies, regional policies, and also local policies as well. So everybody who is involved in policy making can ask ESPON for support and also to indicate what kind of support that they would need. ESPON has several different bodies. It is the monitoring committee. We now have a colleague here with us. She has been in the monitoring committee for a number of years, and she is from the Directive for Energy Efficiency and the Implementation of EU programs, so she's a part of the monitoring committee. We also have the Institute for Physical Development, which is the national contact point, and the rest of the bodies here on this slide are ESPON bodies themselves, ESPON EGTC, and the managing authority. I've already said a bit about the financing of ESPON. Through the state budget, Croatia ensures the Croatian participation in ESPON. And in the similar way, other members in other member states do so. And there are 4 other countries: Iceland, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Norway. Why ESPON and what can ESPON do to help us? ESPON likes to say that they do territorial evidence. But it's a wide range of research results that can be not only research and scientific projects, but different maps, atlases, different tools, online tools, various platforms that are made on the request of a member state or many member states that are also ESPON members, or they can also be the result of joint needs of all member states that rise out of a new European policy. In this budgeting period, ESPON is implementing its activities through its thematic action plans. This really means that the topics that ESPON deals with are grouped in thematic areas, and within them, all of the ESPON activities are then implemented. We have 4 thematic areas, the first 4 in the slide: climate neutral territory, managing new geographies, places resilient to crisis, and perspectives for all people and places. And this workshop today has been recognized as one of the activities in the 4th thematic area, which I mentioned. The rest 4 action plans that you see here have gone through the public consultation process, and any of the complaints and comments are now being processed, and by mid this year this should be adopted as well as their activities started. So all of you here, and I see here colleagues from the county institutions and the ministries as well. So if any of you can recognize this being helpful for you because you are facing the development of any type of strategic document, legislation, or anything else, you can turn to ESPON to create a research for you and provide you with the information you need to create your policies. Until the end of the programming period, we are expecting, other than these 4, 2 or maximum 4 thematic action plans to be established. As I've said, ESPON can implement studies, draft reports, publish different materials, create interactive maps, different interfaces, create open source database, story maps, which I don't know how to say in Croatian. But if you're really involved in this, you will know what these are. Then also systematic interaction with all interested stakeholders. They publish, of course, videos, podcasts, and in the end, there is also the journal Territorial, which came out when Croatia started its lockdown, and it was no longer able to hold the planned seminars and meetings. And so the journal was then published, and it focused on the topics that were of priority in Croatia. This practice then continued on because it was seen that there was great interest for this type of material, published material. I'm not going to go into a lot of details. I just mentioned what ESPON does and what it can do for us. Other than all of the research, it also supplies networking, cooperation, both on the national level and international cooperation as well. Sometimes these are events when all of the member states are present, and sometimes these are events where only the member states interested in a certain topic attend. Also, ESPON has been used on the national level. It is an open program and very interested to assist all policymakers, especially those on the regional and local level, because they are aware of the fact that the capacities of this regional and local administration are understaffed, underinformed, and some of the research can be done by somebody else on behalf of the local and regional administration. And this is where ESPON sees its role. So any policymaker can turn to ESPON. All of the information that's relevant is available on the website of our ministry, other than ESPON's webpage. And as the contact point and the monitoring committee for the work of ESPON, we would be really happy if, other than these benefits that I've just described, we could have a more active role in ESPON from our researchers, our academia, and the scientific community, even the students. Research and surveys are usually published on the website, but these are not open calls, but are actually masked public procurement. This means that we either need to be an applicant or joint applicants, and if you don't know who you could turn to help you or assist you, we, again, as the contact point, can be of help in that respect as well. And also all of the data that we receive as a result of ESPON's research and surveys can be used for creating policies or for future scientific work, expert work, or a starting point for further work. I'm not going to dwell on this for too long. This is a lot of words on these slides talking about how we can use ESPON, but I've tried to give you a short framework or an overview of what ESPON is. And within ESPON, within this program, we are going to continue with today's workshop. Please allow me to inform you about our agenda today. Now we heard why ESPON, and after that, we will hear about why a architectural policy, why now, and why this topic in particular. Then we will hear the presentations from the Portuguese architect and scientist João Bento, who is going to provide us with a short introduction not only in the European policies that have an influence on architectural policies, but he's going to talk about the results of his survey that he's done in all member states and who has done intensive work in architectural policies looking for answers to many questions. Then we'll have Jessica Segerlund from Sweden. Then, after her, Saskia Navs, who is the strategic advisor at Board of Government Advisors in the Netherlands. And lastly, Mrs. Emma Harju from the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture. They are going to talk following Mr. João Bento's presentation via video conference. You will have an opportunity to ask questions, and I'd like to ask you to use this in the best possible way. After a short lunch break, we will proceed with our workshops. You may have noticed that we have 3 posters focused on 3 topics. The first one is the implementation, the second one is design environment, And the third one is impact. Following these parallel workshops, we will reconvene and continue with the video conference. We'll present the workshop outcomes, and Mr. João Bento and the project leader from ESPON are going to be closing this event today, providing the final conclusions. Now we have the director of the Institute for Spatial Development, Bojan Lindarić, to take the floor.
Hvala, Ingrid.
Thank you, Ingrid, and good morning to all dear colleagues. I would like to extend my greetings to the President of the Croatian Chamber of Architects, who is here with us, our host, the President of the Croatian Association of Architects, the President of the Association of Architects of Zagreb, and I'm very glad that on this occasion we could have gathered here, and I'm extending my greetings to all watching us online or subsequently will be listening to us, because the event is being recorded, so there will be opportunity to subsequently repeat certain things or remind us of.
He's here with us live, and it's my honor to have him on this event. We met last time in Prague last year, and we was thinking about such occasion, possibility to make something like this. Thank you.
I'd like to share a few basic data with you on why and how the architectural policies at this moment. When I've come to the Institute for Spatial Development about 2 or 3 years ago, we immediately started with the topic of architectural politics or policies in such a way that we were to organize the Reuse Architecture Conference about April 2021, which took place. It was very successful, and there were some of basic, or if not majority of the topics tackled, and the questions opened on what are we going to do in the forthcoming cycle of Croatia's space and its quality. As we know, Croatia had and does have the document on architectural politics, policies, which was completed in 2020 formally, while its period was prolonged to 2020 when a report was drafted on the implementation of architectural policies and a publication made, which is also available on our website. This document covered about 10 topics and imposed certain national guidelines on what and how to do in space or not to do in space, how to implement certain procedures, how to set certain standards, how to choose the criteria for making proper decisions about everything that refers to certain interventions in space. What was recognized through the report as well was the power of the document itself. Those guidelines, even though national adopted at the government session, more or less were implemented into individual laws. And perhaps they did not sufficiently formally determine what we as a profession dealing with planning and landscape and on other disciplines tackling the space design would want to. Now at the threshold or the beginning of a new period by at least 2030, In the first step, we are thinking about the formal character of the document. Is it a strategy, a new strategy of architectural policies? Is it a part of the spatial development strategy for Republic of Croatia, which is already in force and we have experience with it? Are the starting points for such a strategy or document based on the report on the state of space of the Republic of Croatia, which the Institute publishes every 4 years, etc.? Those all are questions that were already discussed, but they need to be included in the basic law, the law on spatial development, so that we could use the provisions and regulations to properly regulate this topic and area and set this topic in the manner that other comparable orderly countries do that we like to compare ourselves to. That's about the formal part. As regards a wider context, we do not do politics for Croatia as if it were an island in space. We are working on it, deeply networked with other EU members and our neighbors, but the entire world as well. Our starting points are the goals of the UN, the so-called SDGs, which are very well known to everybody. We use European directives and documents, the European Green Plan, its initiatives and other initiatives appearing every day, just as the new European Bauhaus is. And of course, we like to include all the presumptions recognized already by certain documents and emphasized in their context, such as the Leipzig Charter, the Davos Declaration, and other documents, the territorial agenda by 2030, and all that we consider to be unavoidable part of the definition or the defining on the future design of space and what represents the umbrella documents in Croatia, the national development strategy, the strategy of spatial development of the Republic of Croatia, and then all other documents and plans, urban plans, that are the starting point for indeed implementing things in space as planned. When talking about the moment we are in, we may say that it's a post-pandemic, post-crisis, post-earthquake time, but the fact is that certain crises do continue. They are particularly visible in terms of energy, then they're permanently visible in our environment. We're talking about the climate change. We are talking about migrations. And what is happening in our space is, for a while, certainly depopulation, population aging, and migration from rural or less active areas towards larger cities and the coast. That's something that's been significantly marking our space. It affects the basic manifestations in space. And that's something that we as architects perhaps cannot stop, but we can have an active attitude towards it. We can actively propose the mitigation measures for such processes that we regard as being unfavorable, and then mitigate them in a way and try to change trends and improve them. That affects people, of course, because people are there before the space, followed by territory, which is strategically important to be understood and to be aware of. As architects, we can create the most beautiful structures and creations, but there's always a question on why and until when. As regards the realizations and interventions, we in nature are always expected or awaited by certain heritage, be it for a natural one, the cultural heritage, the architectural heritage. We rarely encounter a situation where we do not have to take an attitude. And the Institute for Spatial Development, most parts or a large part of activities refers to the protected parts of nature, national parks, parks of nature, and monitoring the state of space in those areas. That doesn't mean that there should not happen architectural creations. Some of the most recognized ones are located within the areas of national parks and parks of nature, but those parts of nature that are perhaps not formally protected also require to be recognized, because each day from one of the directors of national parks, we heard that one more area in their county is regarded as valuable and deserving protection. So then also we, being active in space, should ahead of time make ourselves aware of the fact that space in every part it cannot be renewed, and it's extremely sensitive because of the actions of all the stakeholders existing there. Of course, conflicts always arise. The architect, being an engineer, has to know how to deal with conflicts. He has to know how to resolve, offer solutions and technical ideas, because people are often within themselves deal with some conflicting requirements. They want a road to their lot, but they don't want the lot to be smaller. They want to get somewhere fast, but they don't have the environment to be polluted. They want to have a good internet connection, but don't want irradiation. Things are possible, but only in smart, intelligent ways of thinking and solutions. It can be done only through the interdisciplinary approach, integral planning, and that is why it is the goal and aim of spatial planning. What we are going to be able to tackle today are those topics that I've mentioned through the 3 chapters that my colleague Ingrid mentioned. In those terms, I expect high-quality conclusions, high-quality opinions and attitudes, which we then are, at the end of our event, will try to formulate. And I would like to express extreme pleasure that we started tackling this job seriously. I wish you a good work, pleasant experience today, and there will be certainly results. Thank you. Thank you, Director Linardic, and we have now reached the moment to invite our colleague João Bento, Portuguese architect, scientific or research fellow at the Lisbon School of Architecture of the University of Lisbon. João, the floor is yours.
Well, hello, good morning. Yes, I know. Well, thank you for the invitation to be here today. It's a pleasure. I will try to provide an overview of the panorama of architectural policies in Europe, Considering the rise and dissemination of architectural policies across Europe, it will not be easy to do this in 20 minutes, but I will do my best. My presentation will be structured in 3 parts, basically. First, I will provide an overview of the architectural policies at European level. Secondly, I will present an overview of the architectural policies at national level, based on the preliminary findings of a European survey on the topic that I'm currently terminating, working with ACE. And finally, some conclusions about the transversal trends or themes across the different policy approaches. Looking at the first part of the presentation, the European architectural policy started at the beginning of the millennium, based on 2 pillars: the European Union's architectural policy documents, or policies, and the European Commission's architectural and design initiatives. Both strands were recently reinforced with the Davos Declaration of Baukultur and the European Commission New European Bauhaus initiative. Looking at the first pillar, historically, the first European policy relating to architecture was the Council Directive of Architects in 1985. However, its scope was restricted to the mutual recognition of diplomas and other formal qualifications in architecture, to guarantee the same level of competences and the freedom of movement of architects within the EU. So we cannot consider this a first comprehensive policy, but historically it's the first landmark at European level. Actually, in the beginning of the 90s, several European countries started to adopt comprehensive policies, developing, implementing, and promoting design excellence and raising public awareness about the importance of high-quality built environments. Following these concerns and initiatives, in 2001, the EU Council of Ministries of Culture adopted a resolution on architectural quality. The EU resolution was the first policy document on architecture with a global approach at European level. It encouraged the member states to intensify their efforts to improve the knowledge and promotion of architectural quality, as well as to promote design quality by means of exemplary public building policies. In 2007, the EU Council approved the Leipzig Charter on Sustainable Cities within the scope of urban development policy. It mentions that the quality of public spaces, urban man-made landscapes and architecture all play an important role in the living conditions of populations and European citizens. Following these concerns, in 2008, the EU Council of Ministries adopted a second policy directly addressed to architecture, the conclusions on architecture and the cultural contribution to sustainable development. The second European policy document maintained the same holistic approach to architecture, but placed a new emphasis on the contribution of culture for sustainable urban development. Since then, several other policy international developments occur across Europe, such as the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Urban Agenda for the EU, or the revised new Leipzig Charter, which reinforce the importance of high-quality design and public spaces for the common good. So architecture is on the agenda and started to have a reinforcement of concerns since 2016. In light of these concerns, the European Ministries of Culture and other stakeholders gathered at the Davos Economic Forum and approved and adopted a pan-European declaration on Baukultur. Baukultur for Europe, that in English introduced the concept of building culture, introducing this new concept beyond Germanic-speaking countries. This declaration highlights the central role of culture in the built environment and calls for a high-quality building culture to be considered as a political goal, which includes not only architecture but heritage, public space, landscape, and infrastructure. In 2021, following this process, the Swiss government launched a discussion in the European meeting where it was approved the Davos Baukultur quality system that followed the previous declaration. This is basically a tool aimed to better define the concept of Baukultur and to allow users to make assessments and about the quality of their places by defining 8 criteria for the different dimensions of high-quality building culture. This quality system supports planning and projects, competition judging, and participatory process. You can find all of these on the website of the Baukultur Davos Declaration. In the same year, the European Council adopted a third architectural European policy, the Council conclusions on culture and how high-quality architecture in the built environment has key elements of the new European Bauhaus initiative, which reinforce the momentum and the European commitment for promoting high-quality environments. Among others, the member states are urged to follow best practices for conducting design competitions, contribute to creating holistic understanding and shared culture of high-quality architecture by raising awareness. For example, through formal and informal education at early age. Setting up, for example, advisor expert groups, such as the state or the city architect teams. Looking at the second pillar, now moving on from the policy EU documents, but for the European Commission initiatives on architecture. Probably the best known is the EU Prize for Contemporary Architecture. That is founded by the European Commission and co-organized with the Fondation Mies van der Rohe since 2001. The EU Mies Award is a biannual prize focused on high-quality architecture, built across Europe. It includes an advisor committee with 16 institutions from different countries and the collaboration of the 45 ACE member organizations, who submit their entries every edition. In 2009, following a recommendation of the Council conclusion text, the European Commission decided to adopt its own architectural policy, which set high-quality aspirations for all the facilities of the European Commission and defines a set of design quality criteria which should be considered by all stakeholders when implementing the Commission's building policy and for assessing design competitions for their own Commission's buildings. Building on the EU Work Plan for Culture, 10 years after, in 2019, the European Commission decided to establish an open method of coordination, OMC group, of member states experts that focus on high-quality architecture in the built environment for everyone. This was in the middle of the COVID. Most of the meetings were online, but it gathered representatives of the different governments across Europe, and at the end, a final report was published with the main message that quality architecture and spatial design should become part of the multidisciplinary response to social and policy demands. And it concluded with these following 6 recommendations. At the end of 2020, the President of the European Commission announced these exciting and new wide European initiatives, the new European Bauhaus, a cooperative cultural project which proclaims architectural quality and design thinking among its guiding principles. The NAB aims at transforming the European Green Deal policy and its renovation wave strategy into a new cultural project connected to the built environment, together with ideas of sustainability, inclusiveness, and innovation. I don't have time here to go to the details of these initiatives, but online you can find a lot of information about this, about the community of the NAB and the community and the prizes and the festival. Interconnected with these 2 pillars, I bring here a third one that I call the European Policy Networks that contribute, influence, and take part in the Europeanization process of architectural policies. I do not have time here to explore the complex dynamics of the Europeanization, but I just want to call the attention that the patterns of change that we are observing at European level are, most of the times, the result of a mutual process of influence between the EU member states and its representative organizations that reinforce and legitimize the policy-making process and initiatives that are currently taking place. So here we have the old EFAP, now it's called ECAP, that is a informal network of policy experts. We have the European directors meetings that are gathering all the directors of architecture across Europe. We have the NAB community, the different initiatives. We have the Architectural Council of Europe. We have different stakeholders that all bring in their concerns and their lobby, if you can call it, to these 2 pillars of policy at European level. So moving on to the national level, since the beginning of the 90s, I've already mentioned, there has been a widespread of national and regional architectural policies across Europe. To briefly present this phenomena, I will use the preliminary data of a European survey that I'm concluding together with ACE. Just to provide the context, in 2012, I carried out this old survey on architectural policies in Europe, together with the late EFAP, that now it's not dissolved. The survey concluded that the Council resolution of 2001 and the Council conclusion of 2008, that I have presented before, seemed to be having a positive impact and encouraging the member states to develop policies and initiatives to promote architectural quality. 10 years have passed and several policy developments occur. In this context, this new study aims to develop a new updated European survey to identify an updated panorama of architectural policies, to identify the main trends and differences, and to measure the implementation progress across the continent of national architectural policies. And finally, to provide a set of recommendations. To achieve these aims, a survey questionnaire was circulated last May to national and regional government departments across Europe, responsible for architectural policy. To complement this questionnaire, it was also sent for all professional organizations across Europe with the help of the ACE Secretariat. The following countries were invited to participate: the 27 member states of the EU and 4 outside EU countries, Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, and the UK. Belgium and the UK, their regions have replied separately. As a result, the target group increased for 36 administrations. Looking at the replies, I bring you here, you can see that there was a very good response rate from the governmental side with 32 replies. Adding to this governmental information, we add the professionals' bodies that also reply, that could complement the information from the governmental side. So we have already a good European coverage. Although I'm still writing the report, I bring you here some of the findings. To do so, I will follow the same structure of the questionnaire. So first, the institutional actors operating at the national level. And second, the policy documents, and third, some examples of initiatives. Looking at the first part, does a specific department exist in charge of architectural policy in your country or in each of the European countries? We can see that more than half of the 36 administrations, architectural policy is under the responsibility of a specific department. In the other countries, architectural policy is a shared policy between 2 or more departments or between 2 or more ministries. In the cases where the policy is under the responsibility of a unique department, it is possible to observe that the remit and the configurations of the departments is diverse. This means that it has also other competences than only architectural policies. Sometimes it's in the cultural art department, sometimes it's in urban development and town planning departments. With the exception of some countries, it is worth mentioning that most of these departments only started to have responsibility for architectural policy in the last 10-20 years. For example, Wallonia has created a specific division, Wallonia from Brussels, from Belgium, has created a specific division, the architectural unit, that is supporting public clients in organizing architectural competitions and promoting a design cultural agenda at the Wallonia region of Belgium. So if you look at the location of these departments inside the different administrative structures, the majority of these departments are within the remit of the Ministries of Culture or in the Ministries of Environment, Urban Development. Only in few countries, architecture falls within the sphere of activity of the Ministry of Public Works or Interior. It is interesting to notice that in several countries, they have set up the position of state architect or chief government architect to provide design leadership and strategic advice to government to improve the design of public buildings, promote spatial quality, and foster a place-making culture. Although in some countries this position has long been established, in several others this is a relative recent phenomenon within such a public administration. For example, in Sweden, they had just as recently established this position some years ago in 2018. One of the main outputs of the policies has in fact been the establishment of design cultural institutions. Here is just a sample. This includes those organizations that are funded by the public sector, which can be integrated within the public administration apparatus, such as a museum, or may have an independent status. Since the beginning of the 90s, that a growing number of these new design cultural institutions have been established all over Europe, both at national and local level, promoting and raising awareness on the cultural value of architecture and the built environment. Passing on to the different topic, the second of the survey, does the existence of an official publication outlining governmental policy on architecture exist? As we can see, 10 years ago, in 2012, half of the administration already had such a policy on architecture. Now, 10 years later, this number has increased. Today, almost 75% of the European countries have some type of official document on architectural policy. Looking at the European map, this was the situation in 2012. We can observe that besides the countries that had a policy, several others already mentioned that they were planning to adopt one. However, after analyzing the different documents, looking at the current situation now, we can see that most EU countries have a policy, and 5 are also planning to adopt one in the near future, namely Germany, Greece, Italy, Romania, and Poland. They all replied that yes, we are planning and we are working on it. Of course, the policy-making process can be short or long. We don't know if it will take much time or not, but they say they have this intention. If we look at the geographic distribution of the different types, after analyzing the different documents, we can see that there were 3 main types of policy approaches: legislation, comprehensive policy, and sectorally approach. If we look at the geographic distribution of the 3 different types, this was a situation in 2012, it is possible to observe that the comprehensive policy, type 2, has been adopted by the majority of the countries that had a national policy. Again, this is in 2012. Type 1 legislation was only adopted in France and Sweden, and sectoral policy in southern Britain and Cyprus. Since then, several changes occur, so I'll just briefly jump to these developments. Looking at the first type, the legislative approach, the Catalonia government approved its first law on architecture in 2017. Although in the form of legislation, the document tends to be similar to a strategic policy, as it sets out principles and goals proclaiming the public interest in architecture, as well as defining measures of dissemination, awareness, and knowledge. In the same year, Lithuania also approved a national law on architecture. In fact, regulating the architectural profession, defining design quality principles, requirements for organizing design competitions, and establishing the regional councils of architecture across the country. In 2018, 10 years after the first bill, the Swedish government also approved a new law on architecture called Policy for the Design Living Environment, that takes an integrative approach to the work of the design living environment while also providing a strategic national policy. Recently, inspired by the Catalan law, the Spanish government launched a public consultation on the future of the architectural quality bill. In January 22, last year, the draft law was approved by the Council of Ministers, and in July it was approved by the National Parliament of Spain. This new law on architectural quality, among others, defines the creation of 2 new bodies, the House of Architecture and the Architectural Quality Council. Going to the second type, the comprehensive architectural policies started in the 90s with the first document approved by the Dutch Parliament in 1991. This sequence of documents inspired several others that were followed by Denmark, Ireland, Sweden, Finland, and Scotland, all before the end of the millennium. Since then, the comprehensive strategic policies have been disseminated across Europe. More recently, jumping a little bit forward, we can see that several countries started adopting their own first policies. Croatia in 2013, Hungary in 2014. Interestingly, France, that had a national law, also approved a national strategy for architecture in 2015. After a long process, Portugal also approved its national strategic policy, combining architecture and landscape policy. In 2020, then Slovenia in 2017, and Czech Republic also in 2016. In the follow-up of several years debating and publishing Baukultur reports, the Austrian Council of Ministers also adopted its first national policy based on the concept of Baukultur, or building culture, the federal guidelines on Baukultur in 2017, chasing the same ambitions on high-quality design for everyone. In 2020, the Swiss Federal Council also formally adopted its interdepartmental strategy for the promotion of Baukultur, connecting all building cultural governmental related operations. Finally, looking at the third type, the sectoral policies, England, although governmental guidance on design goes back at least at 1966, after the dismantle of CABE in 2011, recently the National Planning Policy Framework recognizes the value of design quality and provides associated national guidance, which includes a National Design Guide and a National Model Design Code that also adopted into 2021 to support the use of design in the planning system. Wales and Malta also had a revision of its design policy some years ago. So looking at the European map, again, now the current situation, we can see that the number of countries with a comprehensive policy increased. Now, instead of 2 states with legislation, we have another 2 countries, Lithuania and Spain, plus the region of Catalonia. Adding to this, France and Lithuania also has legislative and comprehensive policies. So besides the law, they also have a comprehensive strategy. Looking at the policy budget, only 9 countries have an associated annual budget for implementing and promoting the architectural policy. We can see that France and Switzerland have a massive budget compared with the other countries. However, this number needs to be clarified because it also includes all the heritage and architectural heritage and restoration budget. So it's not only promotion of architectural quality, it also includes all the cultural ministry for heritage of architecture. So that's why it's such a high. So looking at the progression of the architectural policy documents, so all the 3 types together, it is possible to observe that there is a growing tendency for the number of countries with this type of policies, operating at national, regional level. Finally, the last part of the survey, that I will not have time to give the examples, was dedicated to specific initiatives that could be implementing and delivering the objectives of the Council resolution, such as improving knowledge and promotion, raising awareness, fostering a culture of best practices. And finally, the last part was also for specific initiatives of the goals of the Council conclusion text of 2008, such as promoting education on architecture, improving knowledge on the architectural sector, promoting the initial and further training of designers and professionals. But I don't have time now, so I will just jump to my final section about some reflections on transversal themes and trends across the different policy approaches. Look, and I'm almost finishing. So, looking at the data, it is relevant to emphasize that in the last 30 years there has been a remarkable growth on the number of countries developing a formal policy on architecture at national and regional level. This number, by the evidence that you can see, it's increasing, and since the 90s that is expected to continue to grow in the following years. The EU guidance has had a positive impact on this trend, so urging and inviting the countries to take actions on this policy field. Comparing the different policy documents, however, it is clear that the architectural policies have evolved in terms of conceptual basis. They were based on the notion of architectural design and near surroundings, but now it also encompasses not only buildings, but also all elements that compose human settlements and the built environment. When considering a broad definition, architecture constitutes a vital part of public policies like housing, urban policy, environment, and landscape policy. So we are talking about the design living environment, not only about architectural solo buildings of high design. So all the policies present the common discourse of the value of design quality and its importance for the quality of life. However, design quality is rooted in a complex social problem. How can we influence the wide ranges of causes that involve both private and public actors? This means that the policy impact extent will always be difficult to assess if we want to see it as a long-term goal. Although the range of the policy target areas varies between the policies, it is policy to identify between the documents 6 main policy dimensions, leading by example, internationalization, urban planning, awareness and knowledge, architectural heritage, and sustainability and resilience. The first and the fourth target area have been the backbone of most of the policy documents, whereas the remaining 4 areas have been present or not in different degrees according with the document. About new trends, and I'm almost finishing, I would like to highlight that the national policies on architecture in some countries are being adopted also at regional and local levels. For example, Denmark. Almost 1/3 of the country has municipal architectural policies approved at the city level. Also in Finland, the regional governments, of course, we are talking about 2 decentralized countries where most of the action takes part, it's decentralized, so they take their own initiatives on architectural policy. So a critical lesson, and to conclude, is that architecture and spatial design policy involves a public compromise to promote design quality as a corporative aim, To deliver this policy ambition across the public sector, government should steer the direction and lead by example, fostering a place-making culture. By adopting and implementing an architectural policy is a direct way for the government to take a leadership role on this area. I hope I have provided some overview of these architectural policies in Europe, which we can discuss in more detail at lunch break or in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hvala, Joao. Do we have any questions from the audience for Joao? This was a very detailed, although very fast or short overview of the research that Mr. Bento has been conducting for decades back. It was interesting to see that the initial year is 2012, when Croatia did not have architectural policy, but already in 2013 it did have it, but nobody asked about it by 2022. So in 2022, we were actually at the end, we implemented our architectural policy, and the new one is now in 2023, still being drafted. I hope that by the end of the year, we are going to finish it and adopt it. Anna Maria, do we have any questions in chat? We have a question here. Tihomil Matkovic. One question. Among the architectural policies that you've researched here, how many of them are just list of wishes, and how many of them are implemented documents mandatory for implementation when doing such activities in architecture?
Thank you. Well, it's difficult to say in a quantifying manner. We can say that in several countries, actually there are people that take ownership of the documents, and they are trying to make change. They are department, or they are division, or there's only individual people that are actually trying to pursue the goals. But you can say that you can also see the other side of the coin, that you have some countries where the document is very powerful in terms of ideas, but is at the end it's on shelf. So it's not actually being implemented or pursued as a goal by someone. So we should ask who is doing it, what actions are being put in place. So I would not like to say that and that, point a finger, but I think the report will need to show that issue and reflect on the difficulty of implementation when there is no resources or there is no budget. How does this document can pass from the ideas and the good Welsh thinking, that's how you say it in English, and bring it to the reality of the local level. So how can you go down and actually influence what's happening on the ground?
Thank you, Joao.
Just one question connected to the previous one. Can you point any good case example or good state example in that terms of application of the architectural policy?
Well, there are several. There are several examples. My mind just remember Ireland. I can say another ones, but Ireland had a policy from first draft public consultation document on '96 that was only formally approved in 2001. So the action plan actually only began in 2002, and nothing really happened in the first generation of the document. So they learned in 2009 that if it was not a really good document, much more short and much more concise, nothing will really be implemented. So in the first generation, it was actually not really nothing being done, although there were some initiatives. So in the second document, 2009 until 2020, they actually done half or more than half of the actions. They were about 40. They had someone responsible for monitoring, going to the different departments and ask, have you do it? They've made partnerships, for example, with the Chamber of Architects to have implemented part of the actions. They have a small budget, not very high, but they had. I think it was 4,000 euros per year. That with a crisis it was cut down. But at the new policy now, in 2022, that was actually just been approved, they cut the 40 action to 20. And they said, now we can only have 20, and they're going to be directly who will do what. They just made the list of who is responsible for what, and they are focused at the end of this new policy that will be actually be implemented. So this is an example of how did they learn with the policy process along 20 years, and how did they started to understand that this had to be very precise measures, very identified stakeholders, who are going to do what, and let's see how it goes. We don't know at the end.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Nasze
I'm sorry, microphone. Jessica Segerland, the Swedish National Center for Architecture and Design. Can we see Ms. Segerland? Yes, there you are. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Then I'm going to do the little, let's see here, I'm going to share my screen. And I do hope that you can help me if you can see what I see. Do you see my screen and do you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we see the presentation as well.
Oh, good.
You can go.
Good. Then I'll start presenting, and thank you all for the invitation. I'm very sorry not to be there in person. Sometimes life just doesn't apply to your will. I heard that you have lovely weather there in Zagreb, and here in Sweden it's very, very cold and rainy. So many reasons to would have loved to meet you all in person. But I'm happy to be invited here to talk about the policy for designed living environments, the national strategy for architecture and design in Sweden. The aim of the strategy being to be the very most of what architecture and design can bring to development of the society and for the benefit and enjoyment of all. And just to give you a short presentation, this is 2 images I bought. I am now currently at ArchDes, which is the Swedish National Center for Architecture and Design, where I am in charge of the national policy together with colleagues from different authorities. But I have an extensive background in city planning and just left this lovely place in Gothenburg, where I used to work with place development over the years of this policy actually being implemented in Sweden at the same time. So it's very close to heart, this policy, in many aspects. And as I mentioned, I represent ArchDes, the Swedish National Center for Architecture and Design, and it's a museum, it's a study center, and it's an arena for debate and discussion about the future of architecture, design, and citizenship. Our mission is to increase the knowledge and cultivate the debate about how architecture and design affect our lives as citizens. So that was a short brief of who I am and who I'm representing today. But I'm here to talk about this, the policy for designed living environment, which was a bill passed in 2018. and it's called in Swedish Politik för gestaltad livsmiljö. So I'll give you a short background because there is a lot to say, but I think also Xiao provided some good background to also the Swedish policy in a bigger context. The history of the policy starts in 1998 with the first architecture, form and design politics, and is predecessed by many tasks given by the government to the national authorities that are now responsible for the new, and nowadays actually quite old, now it's a 5-year-old policy that we are working with. The policy for design, living in environments coincide with the Davos Declaration that Rao also mentioned and are in line with the new European Bauhaus initiative. So this initiative sort of happened during the time that Sweden already had decided on the new policy, the policy that then dates back to 1998. The new policy has an integrated approach to the work on the designed living environment while also providing a comprehensive national architecture policy. This perspective incorporates not just architecture and design, but also art, historical context, and social values. The aim is to make the very most of what architecture and design can bring to the development of society for the benefit and enjoyment of all. This is important for social progress and requires increased awareness and clear ambition on the part of the decision makers. The policy takes the point of departure that we shape our environment on the basis of people and the basis of their needs. And the new objective is this: architecture and design will help create a sustainable, equitable, and less segregated society with carefully designed living environments in which everyone is well placed to influence the development of their shared environment. And there are 6 bullet points to work by to achieve this. And this is the 6. Sustainability and quality are not made subsequent or short-term financial considerations. Knowledge in the fields of architecture and design is developed and disseminated. The public sector acts as a role model. Aesthetic, artistic, and cultural assets are preserved and developed. Environments are designed to be accessible for all. And cooperation and collaboration are developed both nationally and internationally. And as Rao also presented and said, this is also in the Act of Planning and Building in Sweden, so we have legal support to work with the policy. There were 4 national authorities that were assigned and chosen to coordinate the work together to stimulate and develop methodologies. And this is done in form of a working group and a steering group. The national authorities that coordinate is the National Board of Housing, Building and Planning, ArcDes, which I represent, and the Swedish National Heritage Board, as well as the Public Art Agency. We all have different tasks, and we answer to the Minister of Culture, as well as the Ministry of Rural Affairs and Infrastructure. So, for example, the tasks that the government has given ArcDes is to work to achieve the goal of architecture, design, and design, there's a lot of design in that sentence, to follow up and evaluate the impact of architectural policy, and if necessary, propose measures to strengthen the fulfillment of the goals. And this is done by a yearly report that me and my team give to the Ministry of Culture that is distributed to the government. So a yearly report following up the impact of the policy, and which we also state different ways of strengthening the fulfillment of this. We also worked with work and get financed from the government for doing practice-based research, which is another strand in our work. The National Board of Housing, Building and Planning has the monitoring task, and they also coordinate the four. This is done by the state architect, which is also the chair of the government's Board of Sustainable Cities, Helena Bjarnegård, which you might have met in another session. Other tasks given to the four, to the National Heritage Board, was to gather and report information about positive examples and ways of which cultural assets can be integrated and preserved in planning and building. The Public Art Agency got tasked to promote a greater knowledge of the role of public art in shaping and of shared environments to enable the interaction of art, architecture and design in various new build or redevelopment projects. And they also had a clear task to undertake this in partnership with other agencies affected. We do a lot of joint activities to implement the policy, an annual conference, and what we call the Spotlight of the Year, which is where the agencies put a special recommendation or like a prize on cities in Sweden who has done work well worth mentioning in a bigger context once a year. We also do internal and external education and training within the policy area. This is both in our own organizations, but as well as out in the municipals and regions of Sweden. We do research announcements together and the follow-up report, as I mentioned. We are all a part of the Sustainable Cities Council, and we do also hold a large number of external contact and networks that we coordinate together, and also, of course, communication of the work. There are also other stakeholders, of course, affected by the policy, which are the agencies managing property. They have a particular responsibility in the respective context, and therefore these agencies are monitored by the government. So, as I said, the policy of design living environments are governing for the state in Sweden and guiding for the regions and municipal, and Arctas yearly measures how the policy is implemented. And this is done by looking at the national authorities and also the regions, but also the municipals. This is a map showing basically of the 290 municipals in Sweden, how many who has adopted an architectural policy, which is actually by now, I think, 147. So numbers showing that we still have work to do in the implementation, but we are 5 years in the policy and we can see a great achievement. And the implementation is done by the strategy of building and spreading knowledge, building the networks, policy regulation, and also financing stimulation. And as stated before, we are also a part of the Council for Sustainable Cities. And according to the government mandate, the Council for Sustainable Cities make use of their experience and relevant knowledge in sustainable urban development and conduct dialogue, collaborate, and involve actors at the national, regional, and local level. And in this way, opportunities are created to develop new forms of cooperation between authorities, regions, municipals, business, and civil society. The primary target for the group is the work of implementing the strategy in the Swedish municipals. So to develop methods really show what's not just good practice but mixed practice, we use the platform of the Council for Sustainable Cities to develop cases like, for example, this, the visions of the North. The northern Sweden is changing rapidly with the green transition, and there is a desperate need for housing, for example. The need pressures the small municipal structures immensely, and the visions of the North is where the council got together to integrate their knowledge and inspire the municipals to act on the policy. The sustainability questions, the quality, the inclusions are at risk when social changes are moving rapidly, like in the northern parts of Sweden. So the collaborating authorities with the Board of Housing and Building and the Formas and Vinnova, which is state funding authorities of research, but also Artes as part of the architecture and design, and also the Energy Agency. And we collaborated with six municipals, and we invited 11 multidisciplinary teams to sketch for visions of this change and transition that is happening in the North. So the Council of Sustainable Cities sort of taking their knowledge and providing some space for thought and hiring the expectations of what we want to see in the quick development of the northern of Sweden in terms of the green transition. So to round this off, the important part of the Swedish policy is the holistic view. And in our yearly report, we work closely with the researchers and discussing the implementation of the policy, how architecture and design actually can help to create sustainable, equitable, and less segregated society in which everyone is well placed to influence the development of their shared environment. And what we see is that we have to work with these knowledge, tools, power, commitment, will, and leadership, and really start talking about how to do this. And some findings during these years about implementing the policy is that change processes are becoming more central, and thus the emphasis is needed on meetings and social learning, which is really important in getting the policies down to the ground where it actually happens. And we also see that design as a method is a need both in the implementation of the policy and in the building of our new society to use the design tool in a better way. Design methodology being listening, understanding, and perceiving the tactic knowledge. So using this both in the implementation but also in of the policy, but also in the implementation of the designed living environment. But also we see and we need to look at the design living environment in the comprehensive level. It's important to not see this or view this as only objects. It's a zoom in, zoom out of understanding scale and understanding both the need to work very locally, but also in a more comprehensive way, zooming out. In Sweden, the policy is part of a cultural transformation on how we view the society that we are building and organizing. So the big impact being a cultural transformation in the way of the building culture. It's about the quality in architecture, form and design, how we create value not only for the customer user but also for the surrounding society and the future generation. So a big web net is in place in this Swedish policy for architecture, design and cultural heritage. So that was a very, very brief and quick discussion about the policy of designed living environments in Sweden. And you have my email here on the slide. If you have any questions, we are happy to address them, and also happy to welcome you to Sweden for further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Imamo li pitanja iz...
Do we have any questions from the audience? Sweden is a country different from Croatia. You obviously have... I'm sorry, the gentleman has not... In what way do you manage to engage high-quality people to come and help you in your job? Let's be real, in Croatia, the majority of students, when enrolling at the architectural faculty in urban planning, want to work in concrete jobs. How do you inspire them to work? Is it through salaries? To employ a high-quality person in the ministry was very difficult. So how do you achieve that? Thank you for your question.
Summarize the question a little bit, because I couldn't really hear.
In your case, how can you encourage Swedish students on architecture or young architects to take part in public policies in terms of architecture and built environment? In our case, in Croatia, the income for public offices is rather low and therefore encouraging for young people. So our colleague is wondering what happens and how can you get the high quality personnel to take part and to influence to architectural policies to make some significant impact, such as this you just presented?
I think there are different strands of getting people engaged and also the students engaged. There is extensive programs of research that we have, that we work with, which puts the role of the municipals in a well-placed position to apply for those. Also, what I showed with the Visions of the North is an example of trying to engage both the municipal architects, but also combining that with the architects more out on field, so to speak, and putting them together in a room, creating this dynamic of understanding the possibility and the very interesting collaborations that could emerge from that. So I think we work both with academia networks, with open calls, and also creating and situations like the Vision in the North, where professionals from both the municipal areas as well as business meet and explore the possibilities of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Jeste zadovoljni?
Are you happy with the answer? Yes. Obviously, the cooperation between the private and public sectors and academia has been very well established and helps the impact of architects and architecture to be rather significant. We have one more question. João.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could just give a little bit more of explanation or information. You mentioned that there are 4 national agencies, or you call it national authorities, that are responsible for the policy implementation in terms of national administration. You also mentioned that you meet and discuss how many often does these meetings take place, and it's important to have this inter-ministerial coordination. What is the role of the state architect on these processes, and how does the art desk position itself in terms of the implementation plan, if it takes a more important role? I don't know, it's not divided between, I know you have different tasks for each of those agencies. I don't know if you could add just a little bit more information about that. Thank you.
Yeah, if I heard you correctly, you asked about how often we meet, and the steering group in which myself is part of, as well as the state architect, Helena Bjarnegård, and two of our other colleagues, we meet approximately 6 to 8 times a year. And there is a working group meeting in between that more often, and they sort of are the executive on our joint working plan. The state architect is, as I said, the chair of the Council for Sustainable Cities, in which Arctes is one of the national authorities. So the relationship between the state architect and Arctes is that Arctes is responsible for the questions in regards of architecture and design, whilst the Board of Housing is more responsible for national planning and that sort of, which architecture is of course included. So there is no other persona more than our state architect that actually shares the different authorities. In both these meetings that I said, we have approximately 6 to 8 per year, but also the connection to that being that she also shares the Council for Sustainable Cities.
Okay. Ima li još koje pitanje iz publike?
Are there any other questions from the audience?
At one of your slides, it was mentioned that in terms of implementation, municipalities should develop their policy-making regulation. Did I understand it correctly? Do they really adopt their own policy regulation on architecture, or they just implement the policy that was developed and adopted at the national level?
Yeah, as I said, the policy is guiding for the regions and the municipals of Sweden, but it's mandatory for state. So what we do is that we guide them, but the municipals are at their own terms welcome to develop their own policies in which they take the national policy as point of departure, but making it more site-specific in terms of what they need for that actual area. It looks very different in Sweden. It's a large country with very different needs. So it becomes more of a place-based policy for the municipals, but taking the point of departure in the state one.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Audience, chat? Please do not hesitate putting your questions in a chat, so if you are ashamed to come up with a question in person or to raise your hand, just put your question in a chat. So, Joao, not in a chat, but in person.
Sorry, I just want to just ask you some questions very briefly, not very extensive. You are in charge of research. Art Desk is a cultural center. So what I realized that the policy deliver the task of research and architectural policy in the Art Desk. So you have a think tank division. That's something that is very innovative in terms of the European panorama. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we do. At Arctes, we have organized the handling of the policy and working with the policy within something that we call the think tank, which I head. And it's like a department within the center that works with the policy exclusively. For example, has this research-based tasks and tests that we work together with municipals all over Sweden. So we take up sort of a joint work with, for example, this year we're going to work with the city of Malmö, since some of you might go to Copenhagen, which is just across the bridge from Malmö. That has the year of architecture. So as a part of that, we're working with Malmö in 2 places on research-based practice, bringing in architects from all over the world, but also locally, to work with 2 areas in Malmö and explore the policy and the policy makings at the local level. So that's a part of the think tank, and we also hand out research money for researchers to work within the field of the policy. There is also the work of the re-reporting, and as I mentioned, the work we do together with the other authorities, a large conference that we had once a year, for example, is part of the think tank work.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? No? So, Mrs. Segerlund, thank you very much for now.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's a pity that you couldn't come here and be here in person, but hopefully it will happen at some next occasion.
Hopefully. Good luck with the conference.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Saskia Nafs from the Netherlands, and she is the strategic advisor at Board of Government Advisors. She is also going to be joining us via video conference. She's already here. Mrs. Nafs, welcome. I hope you can hear us well. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me as well in Zagreb.
Yes.
Okay,
yes, we
good.
can hear you. It's fine.
That's good to know. Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me. Although I couldn't make it to Zagreb, I'm glad I could join you online, and I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this inspiring conference on architecture policy. I will try to share my screen now, and hopefully all will go well. And if you could just let me know if you can see my screen, all right? Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. I will briefly talk you through our architectural policy from the Netherlands. It's called the Action Program for Spatial Design, and the title is Design Connects. As Ingrid said, I'm representing the Board of Government Advisors from the Netherlands, and we are one of the parties that's tasked with executing the action program for spatial design, and I will tell you more about what we do at the board and what type of work we do in promoting spatial quality and spatial design. But first I would like to give you a little bit more context about the action program, and also a little bit more context about the Netherlands. I thought that would be good for you to hear. So as Zhao already said, we are one of the countries with the oldest architectural policy. We started having an architectural policy in 1991. This architectural policy was geared specifically towards high-quality architecture. We've had 5 of those specific architectural policies, and in 2012 we started really to have a more broader, or as Zhao called it, a more comprehensive policy on spatial design in the broadest sense. So that doesn't only include architecture, but it also includes urbanism, landscape architecture, and art as well. So this first spatial design policy dating from 2012 already specifically addressed the societal challenges that we are facing, or we were facing back then in the Netherlands, and the role that spatial design can play in addressing these societal challenges. I will skip now to the current action program for spatial design and tell you a little bit more about that. And then I will continue to give you a few examples of how we are working on those action lines from the Board of Government advisors. So really the goal of this current action program is to stimulate the use of spatial design to promote high quality living environments, and at the same time addressing these big societal challenges that we are facing. And I will tell you a little bit more about that, but when I say societal challenges, it's good for you to know that in the Netherlands we are facing multiple crises, as we call them. Not only do we have a current housing shortage, so we're facing a housing crisis, we're also facing a nitrogen crisis caused by intensive agriculture and industry. And there's a few transitions that we are facing at the moment. So we are looking to change our economy into a more circular economy. We are trying to change our agricultural policy more into a sustainable agricultural policy, and we're also facing an energy transition. Well, I will speak a little bit more about that, but it's important to notice that this action program is very much related to these societal challenges in the Netherlands that all have a spatial component. So all of these big changes that we are facing, they have to land somewhere within the space, the limited space that we have in the Netherlands, as we are a relatively small country. So it means that we have to look for smart solutions and trying to combine the spatial design solutions to these challenges. A little bit more about, sorry, I forgot to mention that the policy document that the action program is related to most, and it's also mentioned in the document that you can read through the website, is our national strategy on spatial planning and the environment. And that's a policy document from the Ministry of the Interior. And it's also good for you to know that this action program for spatial design is not only the design policy from the Ministry of Culture, but it's a joint policy by the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of the Interior. I said before that the action program is closely related to our national strategy on spatial planning. We are currently working on a new national strategy on spatial planning, and that is also closely related to the program that we call Mooi Nederland, and it hasn't been translated into English yet, unfortunately. So my own translation is that it's called Beautiful the Netherlands. This program, and this is really about the idea that if we are facing so many challenges in our small country, how can we address these challenges in the way that also improves the quality of our living environment. So it's really, this program is a lot about promoting spatial quality in our living environment in the Netherlands. On the picture on the left, you see our current Minister for Housing and Spatial Planning, Minister Hugo de Jong, and he's standing next to the state architect, Francesco Veenstra. And I will now proceed to tell you a little bit more about the role of the state architect and the Board of Government Advisors in promoting our policy on spatial design. So we have a long tradition in the Netherlands of chief government architects. I'm not sure how well you can see these pictures. Probably you can only see that there's a lot of men. But the first chief government architect was installed in 1806 in the Netherlands. And he was then called, Mr. Thibault was really the architect of the king at the time. So he was charged with building the government buildings and palaces for the king. Along the way, the role of the chief government architect broadened and broadened. So he was not so much the government's architect, the government chief architect, as becoming more of an advisor on architecture and spatial design in a broader sense. And we've had this role of chief government architect up till now. So you can see our current chief government architect on the bottom right below. But in 2004, the Board of Government Advisors was installed for the reason of we had a government architect, but the architect was asked his advice on topics like urbanism and landscape architecture and cultural heritage as well. And it was too much for one person and just one architect to address all these questions, even though already the government architect had a strong team. But it was decided in 2004 to also install an advisor on the physical living environment, as we call it, specifically relating to urbanism questions, and another advisor relating to landscape architecture. So that brings us to our current Board of Government Advisors, consisting of the Chief Government Architect in the middle, who is also a working architect, has his own office and is a part-time Chief Government Architect. And to the left and the right are two government advisors on the physical environment, one specializing in landscape architecture and one specializing in urbanism. And important for you to know, I think, is that the role of the Board of Government Advisors is to advise our national government on spatial design and spatial quality. But we do that in a broad sense. So we don't only advise on topics relating to the built environment, but also to, like I said before, the energy transition or the agricultural transition or the transition to a circular economy. This means that we advise multiple ministries within our government. So not only the Ministry of the Interior and Culture, but also ministries for agriculture, mobility and infrastructure, for health, and others. And we do this on an informal and a formal basis, meaning that we can give solicited and unsolicited advice. So we are an independent advisory board. We can address our own topics, do our own design, research by design, or design challenges, but we also give advice specifically by demand of the ministries. The current Board of Government Advisors has its own agenda. So every 4 years, the Board of Government Advisors changes, and they make their own new agenda. And this current Board of Government Advisors started together in 2021. And their agenda is really about promoting long-term design thinking within the Netherlands. As I said, we are facing multiple challenges in our small country, and we are promoting an integral view on these challenges, and also a long-term view to then be able to look back to what we have to do now. And this is especially relevant if you think about climate change and sea level rise, for instance, as we are a low-lying country. Most of the country is below sea level. So for us, it's very important to start thinking about the long-term effects of climate change and what they mean for our country and the way that we use it, where we build our houses, what type of agriculture is sustainable also in the long term, and what kind of industry we could have in which parts of the country. So these are some of the topics that we are addressing. We do that in what we call future design studios, and we take a multidisciplinary approach in these design studios. We not only ask spatial designers to come and think about this long-term and integral future of our country, but we also involve artists, for instance, or different policy experts or scientists to come and help us think about an integral vision for the future of the Netherlands. And also what we find very important, and what's also promoted by our spatial design policy in the Netherlands, is to include the younger generations of designers specifically in thinking about these questions. So for instance, we always try to involve the younger generation of designers in our projects, but we also have a specific program to promote and give a chance to young designers called our Young Innovator Program. And that's a program in which we match young designers to public commissioners like municipalities or provinces or state agencies, to give them a real design challenge on which they can study and reflect and make a good design that will hopefully also be executed when the commissioner, of course, is satisfied with the design. So this is an example of more of the larger scale questions and challenges that are addressed through spatial design, and we are not the only ones doing that in the Netherlands. Currently, there's also a lot of commissioning being done by the national government itself, specifically by the Ministry of the Interior, since they are also very busy working on this new national strategy on spatial planning that is supposed to come out in 2024. So for your idea, there's really at this moment sort of a buzz going on in the Netherlands that a lot of design firms and young designers are being asked at this moment to explore together in design studios the future of the Netherlands on the timescale of 2050, but also looking further ahead towards 2100. I will now give you a few more examples that are a little bit more on the smaller scale, and will also tell you about how we also work together not only with national government but also with municipalities and provinces. It's also good to mention that our political system is quite decentralized. So, of course, we have the central government that thinks of a national strategy on spatial planning, but it's really the provinces and the municipalities that are tasked with the execution of this planning vision. And they have lots of freedom to design also or think about their own implementation. So it's not a one-size-fits-all model. And important to note also that we not only have a chief government architect in the Netherlands, but we also have quite a few city architects, even some village architects, and we also have provincial advisors on spatial quality. We also have this independent advisory role for the provinces. So I just wanted to mention that. So there's the state architect is also translated into the provincial level and the municipal level. So we have a broad network of different independent architects that advise governments. This is an example of one of the most important buildings in the Netherlands, because this is the Binnenhof in The Hague, and that's houses our parliament and our senate. I just wanted to show you this to give an example of how we advise from the Board of Government Advisors on an architectural level and a cultural heritage level as well, because this building, the collection of buildings that originates from the medieval times, but has developed over the centuries into a big cluster of buildings, is being renovated on a very big scale at the moment, and we are tasked. The state architect is the head of a quality team that advises on the renovation to make sure that it happens in a not only in an efficient way, but also in a way that promotes the spatial quality of the building and its surroundings. And in doing so, we also work together with a lot of different parties. And I wanted to give you just a short example of in the coming months, we are also organizing art parades, as we call them, to really put a spotlight on what a special place this is, and also to try to involve the community, not only the people from The Hague, but it's also a tourist attraction, this collection of buildings, to also really get them involved in this renovation, because it will take a very long time. It's very invasive, all the building work going on, but to try and put a spotlight on it, and also celebrate together the place that it is and the place that it will be in the future. Then we advise the Government Real Estate Agency. That is a government agency that owns the buildings and the land for the national government. It's the biggest real estate owner in the Netherlands, and this is another example of how we advise on using real estate that's been standing empty. This is a case of a former prison in Maastricht in the south of the Netherlands that has been turned into a temporary refugee shelter. It's now currently hosting Ukrainian refugees in the south of the Netherlands. So we also advise the real estate agency, the government's real estate agency, on how to use their existing buildings in a better way to meet these societal challenges. I talked a little bit about our housing crisis. I think we are not alone in Europe having a shortage of houses. But in the Netherlands, it's become quite a political pressing issue. It was a hot topic during our last elections, and we are currently, this coalition government wants to build 900,000 new homes in the coming 7 years, so until 2030. So this is also something that we advise the government on, and one of the ways that we try to do that is to stress looking at existing neighborhoods in existing cities and villages, and try to build more homes there, also using it as a way to really increase the quality of the living environment in existing cities and villages. Then I would like to speak to you a little bit about one of the tools that we use as a Board of Government Advisors to promote spatial quality. It's our design competitions. We organize several design competitions a year in the Netherlands, and this is an example of one of the most recent ones we organized, and it's about promoting bio-based and nature-inclusive building. It's part of our program to promote a new building culture, and through this program we really try to not only turn our cities into more sustainable and inclusive places, but also really promoting the use of these sustainable materials that could also help to promote this transition in agriculture if farmers can start making a good living by growing these bio-based materials, so natural building materials. And it's good to mention that for our design competitions, we usually work together with municipalities. And in this case, not only a municipality was involved, but also a building company and a housing association that builds social housing. So it was really collaboration between the Board of Government Advisors, the municipality as a commissioner, and working together with a building company and the housing association. We also always work together with an institute called Architectuur Lokaal, and it translates as architecture locally. And this is an institute we've been having in the Netherlands for the last 30 years that really promotes the implementation of a good architectural policy on municipal levels or on the local level. And they also have their own instruments to promote good high quality architecture. And a specific example is the Compass Light that they've developed. It's an instrument to help municipalities to write good tenders for architectural commissions. That was actually already at the end of my presentation. I just try to give you a brief overview of the work that we do at the Board of Government Advisors to promote the policy on spatial design in the Netherlands. And there's one last thing I would like to mention, that we are also working together with the Ministry of Culture on doing a yearly report on the state of design in the Netherlands. And the topic for this year's report is focusing on the position of young designers in the Netherlands, looking at where they end up after they've finished their education and what kind of skills are needed in their working places, and to see if that matches with the skills they've been given through their education. So that was the last thing I would like to add. And for now, I thank you for listening to my story, and I'm looking forward to some questions and a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the story. It was a very interesting story from our perspective, showing us that some very much different systems can exist and can gain very good results. I was wondering how mandatory is the opinion of state architect or the board when it comes to maybe some investments that are controversial or not very well got at some in terms of public opinion or professional level opinions. How do you proceed, and are they mandatory, actually?
Thank you for your question, Ingrid. There are two answers to that question. So first of all, as I explained, the position of the state architect is a very old position, and it's written up in Dutch law that the state architect is still appointed by our king, actually, and he has an official advisory role towards the Dutch real estate company. So as I explained, the Dutch real estate company owns the public buildings and the public lands. It's our biggest real estate owner in the Netherlands. So if the state architect advises the Dutch real estate agency, they have to formally listen to him and take his advice. But the Board of Government Advisors doesn't have the same legal position as the state architect, unfortunately, I have to say. So the benefit is that our position is independent and we can give solicited and unsolicited advice. But the disadvantage is that the ministers that we advise don't actually have to listen to us. But of course, we do try to increase our impact, not only by giving advice, but also by working together with a lot of other parties involved in spatial design in the Netherlands to increase our influence and impact. And a lot of the times we see that maybe the government doesn't really listen to us when we first give our advice, but then it takes several years to trickle down and to start working around it and with lots of different parties, and then we see the effect of our work. So yes, it's mandatory to listen to the state architect for our government-owned buildings and land. No, it's not mandatory to listen to the Board of Government Advisors.
Okay, thank you. At least one of architects must be followed. If not board, then the state architect. That's a good news from our perspective, I should say. Pitanje iz publike.
We have a question from the audience. A microphone, please.
My question, we could connect to previous question. When you create new building culture, how do you implement it? How can you stop, for example, greedy developer not to create substandard building and he will sell it because the housing problem in your country? How do you make people listen to your suggestions? If the opinion of the state architect is not mandatory, how can you on a lower level do the same thing? How can you implement everything that you like to promote? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a good question, actually. So we are working on this program in New Building Culture that I showed you, but we're not doing that by ourselves. We're doing it with the support of several ministries and government agencies working together towards the same goals, promoting this high quality and sustainable living environment. We are now in the process of working together with the Ministry of the Interior to also try to translate these requirements into building regulations. So to give you an example, but not to make it too technical, now we have we calculate the impact the building has on the environment to give the permit before it's built. But CO2, so carbon emissions, are not a part of this calculation, which means that it doesn't really matter if you build a new building in concrete and steel, which have a bigger impact on the environment, than if you build a wooden building. So we are trying to change that now in the Netherlands, that the carbon offset of the building is also calculated in order to get your permits. So that is one of the ways of doing it, is also really trying to incorporate the insights from this building competition and get it into the building regulations. So that's one way of doing it. And of course, another way of doing it is by trying to inspire and influence as many people as you can. And that's why we always work together with the local authorities, also with builders, and also with big commissioners like housing associations. So it's also trying to lead by example and take the front runners and try to inspire the others as well.
Thank you. Imamo li još pitanja?
Do we have any more questions? We do.
But I think that I have heard that you mentioned the architectural commission. If I have here good, and what is the task of this commission, and on which level, state level or local level. For me, it is very important because now, in the last 10 years, we have really such a realization which I will never accept. But it happened because our policy is not good integrated with our physical plan, not law on a state level. On a state level, you can't say everything, but physical plans on a local level, in my point of view, are not so good that we can see each day something new in area. The people, local inhabitants, are very against all this, but it happened. How you solve such problems?
Thank you for your question. I think coming back to these building regulations again, they're quite strict in the Netherlands, and quality is also a big part of them. Then, of course, the next question is, well, how do you make sure what is actually built is of this high quality? So I would say that an important part is played on the local municipal level by these architectural commissions. They are really the ones that need to check all the applications, all the designs for the building, and they need to give their okay before a building can be built, actually. So they have a strong position, these architectural committees, on the local level, on the municipal level. The example that I gave in my presentation was of so-called quality teams. They usually exist also of spatial designers with a mix of backgrounds, and they are installed for bigger projects that take several years and that are more on a bigger scale. So to give you an example, if there is a big bridge that needs to be renovated, and we know it's going to be a project that's going to last 10 years, say, there is a quality team installed. Same goes for the example I gave about our parliamentary buildings. And this quality team is really tasked also with keeping a strict eye on the quality of the designs. And they have a formal say in what happens and does not happen. So I think in the Netherlands, our quality assessment tools in the form of quality teams or architectural committees, they have quite a strong position.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Are there any more questions? No? Yes, we do.
I come from the Ministry of Culture and Media here in Croatia. My interest is primarily the city as a project, but of course, talking from my perspective, I'm always taking account the historical cities. But I just want to ask you a short question about the approach of Netherlands. So I understand that the #1 priority is densification in your country, in spatial terms, in physical terms. So I was wondering, just connected to this previous question, how is this reflected in the spatial plans, the physical plans, this priority to build more densely, because of all the environmental impacts and other so-called performances of that kind of structure? Thank you.
And so if I understood your question correctly, it's about densification and how that translates into policy, I guess. If I understood it wrongly, please tell me. But so really, it's the national government makes policy on housing on a national level, but of course the national government is not the one who actually gives commissions the building of new homes and new neighborhoods. That's done on a local level, so on a municipal level, and the municipalities in the Netherlands are steered on the provincial level, for their housing policies. So to give you an example, let's say a small municipality in south of Holland wants to build a new neighborhood, wants to extend the neighborhood into green fields. they would have to first of all make a good plan, but then they would also need to get permission on a provincial level, because the provinces in the Netherlands, they keep an eye on all the different building plans in the province, and they can decide whether a neighborhood should be built outside of the current city limits, or if they say no, you have more than enough space within your city limits, so first make plans to densify the city before you start to extend the city limits. So it's a joint effort between the municipalities who are in the lead, but they are checked by the provinces.
Thank you. And I was wondering, while you were during your presentation, you said something about spatial planning policy and participation of a wide range of architects and spatial planners. Could you give us a word or two more about that, please?
Yeah, so so we are now in the process, and I say we, the national government, I mean. The national government is in the process of drafting a new national strategy on spatial planning, and that's supposed to be finished in 2024. And that's also the last year of the current coalition. The way they are going about it is, it's difficult to explain in a few sentences because of our decentralized system. So the national government is taking the lead, but they really have to work together with the provinces and also with the municipalities, but first and foremost with the provinces. What they are doing now is that in different regions of the Netherlands, they are looking at the specific challenges facing those regions. So that could have to do with agriculture, but it could also have to do with the future of industry. It could have to do in a lot of places with this housing shortage. And they really are involving lots of spatial designers now to help think not only about the solutions, but first of all do a good problem analysis as well. So I think that's also interesting in the Netherlands, that now we are starting to look at spatial designers not only as the ones that are coming up with good solutions, but also really the ones that can help you make a good problem analysis first and find ways of connecting these different spatial challenges and of connecting all the different actors that are involved. So in terms of involving stakeholders, it's really quite a complex field in spatial planning in the Netherlands. But the positive thing, I think, of this time period is that really the important role of spatial designers is acknowledged, and they are being involved more and more in the process of thinking about the long-term future, spatial future of the Netherlands.
Okay, thank you very much. This was rather informative. Any more questions? Pitanja? Nemamo.
No more questions. Ms. Nafs, that would be all for the time being. If any questions arrive subsequently, we are certainly going to contact you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and please stay with us further in this workshop until the end. Thank you very much. From the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture, we have Ms. Emma Harju. Ms. Harju, are you with us? Yes, obviously. The floor is yours. Please continue or start with your presentation.
Like my colleagues, I regret not being able to join you in person, but I'm very much looking forward to presenting, and it's an absolute pleasure to be with you in this remote manner. Let's just see if I can get my... Could you please confirm if you can see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Wonderful.
Just go on.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So for me, I'm going to be presenting Finland's architectural policy program called Towards Sustainable Architecture. And my name is Emma Harju. I work as a senior ministerial advisor at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland. And in my position, I am responsible for this architectural policy program in our ministry. I will begin by providing just a short background of the preparation of the program, to then move on to present the content of the program in more detail, and then end with a few remarks on the implementation of our program. And as you can see from the program title, ours is relatively new. We have been working with it for a bit over a year now, so we are still in the early stages of implementation, but I am looking forward to sharing some of our preliminary findings with you. So what exactly is our architectural policy program? And as a former linguist, I'd like to draw your attention to the logo on the slide, and also on the title APOLI, which is Arkkitehtuuripolitiikka, or architectural policy in Finland, and it's something, it's an affectionate name for our policy program we use here in Finland. And the APOLI, or our architectural policy program, offers, to quote the program itself, a comprehensive perspective on the goal-oriented development of Finland's built environment. And as it offers a comprehensive perspective, it means that we have taken a strategic approach. So the program works as a strategic instrument and a driver for discussion. It does not propose new legislation or anything like that, but rather works as an opener for discussions on how to develop a sustainable architecture for 2035. And to reach these goals, the program also proposes concrete measures as to how to move towards this goal, and shares responsibility between different stakeholders on the implementation of these measures. The program is also aligned with current European and international initiatives, such as the new European Bauhaus and Davos Declaration. This way, it provides us with a platform for mainstreaming the idea of Baukultur and the goals of the Davos Declaration, for example. A few words about the preparation of the APOLI program. The program is based on the work by a working group which was appointed by the Ministry of Education and Culture and the Ministry of the Environment. And as was shown in Mr. Bento's presentation, here in Finland we share competencies in the field of architecture. So when it comes to architecture as an art form and design and cultural heritage, the responsible ministry is us, the Ministry of Education and Culture. And when it comes to built environment construction, it's the Ministry of the Environment. And furthermore, regional and urban policy falls under the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. And the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment was also involved in the drafting of the program very closely. We used a participatory process. The working group had members from several stakeholder organizations, and the preparations also included workshops and conferences to gather ideas from different stakeholders in the architectural field. The working group published its proposal in 2021, which was then circulated for comments. And the final program I'm now presenting was finalized based on the feedback that was received during the consultation round. There were also several stakeholder meetings, and the finalization efforts received support from scientific panels, which were realized in cooperation with the Science Initiative of Finland project. And then finished with the final program and published in January 2022. And the program is second for Finland. Previous program was from 1998, but I have to say that the main goals of our current program are not so far off from the previous one, as it sought to improve the quality of construction, introduce sustainable development into town planning and building, as well as to increase openness and interaction. And now that I will be moving on to the content of the program, you may reflect that it's not very that far off from our current program. So how exactly are we moving towards sustainable architecture? The main theme of the program is sustainability, and as reflected on the slide, the 4 dimensions of sustainability, ecological, social, economic, as well as cultural sustainability, are at the heart of the program. I would like to point out that especially and in terms of the Agenda 2030, we have also sought to highlight the cultural dimension of sustainable development, which we have found to be very important in terms of overall sustainability of architecture. One of the main goals of the program is also to improve and strengthen cooperation between stakeholders that influence the built environments, which includes residents, communities, individuals, cities, municipalities, etc. The program, to this end, encourages the development of local architectural policy programs, which means that the program should be implemented on both national and local levels. But at this point, I would like to return to where I began and highlight that the program acts as an inspiration for the development on the local level, and a few words on that later on in my presentation. The program consists of 5 chapters, and in Finland as well, we are facing a lot of social change. Of course, some of these global, such as climate change and the loss of biodiversity. And one of the goals of our program is also to harness the potential of architecture in delivering a more sustainable future, in answering these challenges or trends, or producing new solutions in its part in the society. So some of these trends are, as mentioned, climate change and the loss of biodiversity, then specific to Finland and many Western European countries as well, an aging population and a more diverse, linguistically and culturally diverse population. And then in terms of regions, urbanization is rapid in several big cities, while some areas are faced with depopulation. Now I'm going to quickly go through some of the measures in each chapter. These are sort of examples. I will not be going into too much detail, as there are quite a few, but just to sum up, so you will get a general sense of the types of measures that are included in the program. The first chapter on climate change and biodiversity especially seeks to address the negative impacts construction can have on the environment, and considers new models and tools to mitigate these effects. Some of the measures include promoting the ecological sustainability of building design, and extending the low carbon approach and circular economy to cover the planning of local environments, and these then feature a set of more specific measures as well. But this chapter is also complementary to the legislation on building. Finland, the Parliament just adopted a new Building Act which will enter into force in 2025. So this has been closely considered in that regard as well. Chapter 2 deals with equality and inclusion, and this is especially geared towards promoting people's inclusion in the planning of their living environment, as well as reducing inequality. And to this end, the program aims to promote the means of co-design and design for all principles, for example. Chapter 3, economy and internationality. This is closely knit to digitalization, for example. And the measures include measures to support the development of the competitiveness of Finland's architectural fields. It also highlights how architectural resources, such as cultural environments, can be used to revitalize and maintain the vitality of region. And to mention an example of the measures in this chapter, the program aims to promote architectural tourism. And if we consider quality from a sustainability point of view, I think competitiveness can also lead to high quality. And to take another example from the measures in this chapter, the program sets to promote the use of public architecture competitions as means of procurement, which I think opens doors to new and emerging talent, which then on the other hand broadens the base for architecture and can lead to improved quality as well. Chapter 4 deals with meaning and identity, and I would say that this is the chapter which is most closely knit to cultural considerations such as cultural heritage. And these measures include stimulating discussion on the built environment, safeguarding cultural heritage and cultural environments, as well as supporting the work that's carried out in museums and architecture exhibitions in providing people with possibilities to discuss the development of their living environments and to increase understanding on the meaning of architecture in providing meaning and identity to places, for example. Chapter 5 deals with education and research, which the program considers as means of fostering sustainable architecture of the future. The measures in this chapter not only apply to higher education and research, but also to architecture and design education across different levels of education, which means basic education in the arts, for example. To sum up, for us in our program, the approach is that sustainable architecture is multidimensional. Each chapter of the program can be seen to relate to a dimension of sustainability, and education and research in turn underline all dimensions as they provide the expertise, knowledge, research, data, information we need to achieve the goals that then relate to these different aspects of sustainability. If I were to sum up the program in just one sentence, I would say that the program aims to reduce the footprint of construction and to enhance the handprint of architecture. So we are trying to minimize the negative effects of construction on the environment on one hand, and then to enhance the positive effect architecture can have in the society on the other. Moving on to implementation, and as said, we are still quite early in the process, but we have established a structure to implement our program. As the field of architecture is very wide and the set of measures is multiple, we have gathered a coordination group to support us in the implementation of the program. The Ministry of Education and Culture chairs a coordination group which brings together colleagues from the ministries responsible for architectural policy, as well as government agencies, expert agencies on arts and cultural heritage, which means the Arts Promotion Center and then the Finnish Heritage Agency. And we are also joined by Arkinfo Finland, which is the Information Center for Architecture, so a civil society-based organization which receives funding from the Ministry of Education and Culture. The communications related to the program are centered around Arkinfo's work. The Ministry of Education and Culture have been able to fund a project which aims to stimulate discussion on architectural policy and architecture itself, and to communicate on current projects and initiatives related to the program. This means measures that are already underway, wonderful things different stakeholders are doing to reach the goals of our program. Our implementation has been modeled to take place on 3 different levels: the local level, national level, and international levels. And this picture shows some of the key stakeholders involved in the implementation of the program. And then to focus on the international, I think that it's very important that we contribute to the shared European and international goals related to quality architecture, while also hoping to contribute to these discussions in our part. But as you can see in this image, architecture policy in Finland is considered to be made on different levels and in multiple networks, which involve many different stakeholders. And this then in terms also supports the approach of adopting a network-based implementation structure with the coordination group. And our hope is that the coordination group will help us to communicate the important elements of the program to their own stakeholders and networks, and also to help us monitor the progress of our program. Just one example of how APOLI has been put into practice. This is an initiative by the Arts Promotion Center called New Local, which is a development group for actors interested in promoting architectural policy on the local level. It has 8 participants who were chosen through an open call or an expression of interests. And the group will discuss different ways of promoting these projects that have expressed interest through the open call. So they receive support from each other, but this group will also be very important to us in terms of understanding the different realities of promoting architectural policy on the local level. In our program, we have featured a measure that encourages the drafting of local architectural policy programs, but this group will be an opportunity to us to see what else is out there, what other ways of promoting architectural policy on the local level could we imagine. And the plan is that a final publication would compile the discussion in a format that can then be shared and considered and used to design further action on how to promote local architectural policy. And I would have to say that the measures related to this local level is a set of measures that we have chosen to especially prioritize in these first few years of implementation of our program. We were also invited to reflect a bit on the impact of our policy, and as I have mentioned, we are still quite early on in our own policy implementation, so that we have no data on its impact so far. But I am very happy to say a lot of interest has been raised by the program, and many measures are already underway. Our previous policy from 1998 was monitored for its first 3 years by a working group that concluded in their report that the objectives were met fairly well. E.g., a built heritage strategy was established and good progress was made towards improving citizens' possibilities to participate in decision making. The group also concluded that large-scale social changes happen slowly. So I think it will take us some time to establish how we will measure and monitor the impact our policy has. And as it's a wide, it's a really wide policy and it involves several stakeholders, I think we will approach it piece by piece. And what's important to us is reaching all the relevant stakeholders to support networking as our colleagues in Sweden, mainstreaming the goals of the program into relevant tools, into relevant policies, processes, while also measuring its impact to demonstrate how exactly sustainable architecture and architecture in general can have a positive impact in the society. That's it from me. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would be very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mrs. Harjo, thank you very much for your presentation. And here we come to our questions. Pitanja iz auditorija, pitanja u chatu. Onda ću ja pitati. Mrs. Harjo.
If not, then I will ask the question. We don't have questions from Chad.
What actually did you do, and how did you promote policies adopted at the national level, and how did you promote them at local level? How did you encourage local participants to take part or to take action? What were the activities in awareness raising or education, and how did you proceed with that?
Thank you very much for your question. If you wouldn't mind just repeating the first part, I didn't quite catch that. Did you refer to the previous policy program from the 1998?
From this one, how did you encourage your local authorities to promote and to implement national architectural policies?
Yes, thank you very much for your question, and I think this is something that we will be carrying on in the implementation of our program. But I personally see it as a communicative effort in a large part. So we have organized events, been present in fora that are especially aimed at the authorities on the local level to share good practices of architecture policy on the local level. So for me, it's very much about communication. And then I have high hopes for this group that's now working on local architecture policies to provide concrete tools, to provide concrete examples of how to promote good architecture policy on the local level in the context that best suits a municipality in question. So I think that we may not be able to find one-size-fits-all solutions, but rather could aim for a wider set of tools and measures which would then inspire local authorities to take up the policy. But communications is key, in my opinion.
Do you have the sense of their understanding of the importance of architectural policies, or they're willing to do some improvement in terms of quality of built environment and quality of architecture? Maybe that's the main point. We are always speaking about how to encourage local authorities to think about the quality, not only about some short-term solutions, but long-term solutions and long-term quality for the next generations.
Yes, I think it's the landscape is very varied. In some places, there is a lot of interest in promoting architectural quality, and we have several programs on the local level in Finland as well. In 2021, it was a bit over 20, if I remember correctly, somewhere around 20 local programs. But we have also seen that there are challenges in inspiring discussion around the theme, as we know that the local economy might be very tight, and the municipalities are also preparing a lot of programs which may relate to architectural policy, but perhaps do not take up quality to the extent that our national policy document would encourage them to do. So I would have to say that it's very varied. It's very varied, and that's why I believe communications is so important, and that's why we also need to inspire our stakeholders to communicate on the importance of architectural quality and good quality architecture in creating the living environments in the regions and in cities and municipalities around Finland.
Thank you. João, please.
Hello, Emma. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
I had a double question. One is about Finland is known by its pioneering efforts in introducing architecture in the curriculums, in the educational of primary and kindergartens and all the different stages. Does this happen by resources, materials that are produced, or is someone that the teachers need to introduce in their programs? And the second one, it has to do with Archie Finland. That's a new design and architectural center that I believe it's something that was bringing from the Architectural Museum, if I'm not mistaken. It's important to have a national agency to communicate architecture in your system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will begin by answering the question on education. Our new policy program features a measure which will then aim to develop new materials to be used in basic arts education and to support the teachers in their work on carrying out education around architecture. And when it comes to sort of the methods and tools we have in place for basic arts education, for example, it's by our National Agency on Education that recommends, or rather stipulates, that certain questions around architecture should be observed. But yeah, I think there's still a lot we can do to support the teachers in their work by providing architecture. But I have to commend our stakeholders that a lot of wonderful work has also been carried out. Then your next question was about Arkinfo Finland. I had some trouble hearing your question, so perhaps if you wouldn't mind repeating it to me.
I was just mentioning the importance to have a national agency promoting architectural culture. So it's an agency that evolves from the Museum of Architecture, if I believe, and it has this task of the national government to promote culture of design and architecture across the country. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the mission of Archie Finland.
Yes, thank you for the question. Arkinfo Finland was established in the mid-2010s by five organizations working in the architectural field, and Architecture Museum is one of them and still operates behind Arkinfo as one of the stakeholders. And the mission of Arkinfo is to promote architecture in Finland. They're a communication center. They also influencing in terms of architecture. And they organize events, they help with internationalization, and, for example, are responsible for commissioning Finland's exhibition for the Venice Architecture Biennale. So it's a quite wide range of activities that they are responsible for. And also, to mention one very important one, is that they are the national contact point for New European Bauhaus in Finland. So we are very lucky to have an active voice for architecture here in Finland, and they are an operator that brings together many important stakeholders in this field, like the Finnish Association of Architects, SAFA, as well. So it's wonderful to have them on board with the implementation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Imamo li još izvolite.
We have more questions.
One question more. What is the situation in your country where you study spatial and physical planning? It is the part of a study of architecture or different? As I know, in Italy, for example, landscape and architecture are together. Physical and space planning is different. What is the situation in your country? It is very, very important education. If we wish to have and implement all these politics in Europe, and especially for us in Croatia, we have some problems. I don't know why and what is the problem. I must say my name, Branka Martinović-Vuković, was a physical planner for a long time. And in one time, the member of board for physical planning and architecture of our parliament. And until today, I have no question what is the best solution. What is solution in your country?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. We have two programs. So we have programs for the education of architects, and then landscape architecture is its own program. And the programs on architects, I'm not an architect myself, so unfortunately I'm not perhaps the best person to answer about the content of these programs, but the education is quite wide for architects, and our program also features some measures as to how to improve the education programs. But unfortunately, I'm not the best person to answer this question, but would love to come back to you on that. I could share my email address, and I think it was visible on the last slide of my presentation, and I could provide you with more information on the structure of our education programs.
Thank you very much. Imamo li još koje pitanje?
Do we have any other questions? No, really?
I believe that would be all from our side. No further questions for this moment, and we will come back to you and use your email address in case we would like to know something more. I would definitely like to get to know something more about your program New Local and how it is going to be developed and what goes next. But we can discuss that at some next occasion, some next event. We're going to meet and talk about that. Until then, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Za sudionike koji nas
For the participants following us online, we are going to have a slightly longer break now. We're going to be online again at around 2:15 p.m. And for all of you here, we'll have lunch here, and we'll continue after lunch at 1:30 p.m. with the workshop, so please stay with us. Thank you.
Dobrodošli.
Welcome back to our workshop. In the meantime, we have had 3 parallel sessions with 3 separate tasks. We'll start with the last one. Actually, it was the group that discussed impact. The participants discussed about the instruments, either hard or soft tools, that can lead to change. They also talked about how to set up cooperation and partnerships, how to monitor implementation and also report on the results, and in which situations the informal tools that are not regulated can be better or even more useful than the prescribed tools. They also talked about the most efficient tools enabling cultural change, either short, mid, or long term. How to verify impact by evaluating it, and also how to report on the reach of architectural policies and improve the efficiency of the said policies. They also talked about the specific tools and how to monitor the creation of architectural policies. The results of the work of the 3rd group will be presented by Director Linardic. You have the floor. Thank you, Ingrid. We talked about impact and we tried to identify the weaknesses that we are aware of and that we always see as the starting point or the current state of affairs when we start work. We also noted the awareness on the importance of culture of built space or the lack of the awareness. We also spoke about the insufficient horizontal relationships or intersectoral coordination and cooperation. And we noted the lack of awareness of public good or public interest, other than private interest, that are in general always the starting point for certain initiatives or interventions, we can say that. In terms of possible solutions or suggestions, we listed here those that might be responses to the challenges that we have identified. We started with education on the built environment, through communication and information sharing, also, of course, through cooperation, as well as different tools. So these are these informal tools that in today's digital transition and social networks and everything that today's technology has to offer can help us in raising the awareness, participation, and inclusion, or the actually visibility of all of the processes that are either happening or are to happen. In terms of the relevant initiatives, we have listed here types of tools. We listed here the analysis and the results that should be presented and should be available to those interested in a certain topic or those who really need to be involved in certain activities. And then we started discussing the short-term and long-term outcomes And we also tried to list the stakeholders in these processes. At the very top, the main team is made up of individual ministries on the national level. Then the representatives of society and NGOs, different associations. Also, we discussed the county level as a well-networked and well-connected level that even today has good cooperation through the Association of Counties. And of course, the partners would then be educational institutions and local self-government units, or the local communities. And throughout this process, we should see individual working groups that would meet and discuss in the form of panel discussions and roundtables, and periodically through bigger events such as conferences to consolidate the initiatives and all of the suggestions for further implementation. In terms of long-term and short-term outcomes, these short-term outcomes should be measurable, and so we listed these in our posters. So the number of discussions, the number of different events held, and the number of different published materials. And in terms of long-term outcomes, this is what we should be able to see, and which is not that easy to measure, but is certainly visible. And that is the raised awareness, better cooperation and coordination, and strengthened awareness in the public interest. Keywords that we've identified include education, communication, and cooperation as the three pillars we think are of key importance for meeting these objectives in this area. The weaknesses we've identified, or really the questions that need to be discussed, include resources, both financial and human resources, and also at the base of everything is political will, or really the will of the society and community for such a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The part on implementation and the workshop on implementation, we talked about the so-called ownership over the architectural politics or policy, intersectoral cooperation, inclusion of various stakeholders, and motivation for implementation. We intended to respond to the questions on how to create leadership and how to promote it through various sectors and various state levels. How can governmental and non-governmental stakeholders cooperate and jointly deliver the goals and jointly contribute to achieving the goals of architectural policy? Should the principle of bottom-up or top-down be applied? And what is the manner in which the culture of creation may be provided? What is the extent of delivery of architectural policy, and what is the extent of their best achievement? I'm inviting Ms. Bonjevac to share with us an overview of the results of our workshop. Thank you very much, Ingrid. I'm glad to have the opportunity to present the work of our group. We dealt with implementation. It is the most important part of architectural policy, and I had the opportunity to follow the implementation of Croatian architectural policy for the past decade. Therefore, all the problems that I have observed here and all of you dealing with the culture of construction have intended to re-examine through our panel and find certain solutions. The most important reason to bad implementation is the lack of awareness on the public interest in culture of construction. The culture of space must become public interest so that after many years of work we could all see some results. Primarily, that is the awareness of the importance of space, both at the level of decision makers and the awareness on the need to have quality of space among the general public. That's why we need to work extensively on education from the youngest age to the people making decisions. Here I'm talking directly about the education of politicians who make decisions and who are responsible to make us implement those decisions. We need to act bottom up, but at the same time top down. We have to act from two sides in order to get any kind of results. Politicians need to understand that that's what's needed and create a legislative framework that will make the stakeholders liable for behaving in such a way to increase the level of construction, while we have to be active bottom up among the general public so that people know how to recognize what is the culture of space and know how to request from decision makers at the local level to improve the environment they live in. For that, various initiatives are possible. Primarily, those are new architectural policies which will become mandatory. They need to become a document that is not a counseling document, but rather an implementary document, and we need to work for that. But also, we need to have a national plan of measures on implementing certain actions in our society. Who is to implement those projects? I have to come closer because I don't see anything. In any case, here are ministries and the Chamber of Croatian Architects. Can you hear me? Yes. So All the levels must be involved in those processes. The main team is under the competent Ministry of Construction, but also the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Environment, who are directly involved in all that contributes to culture of construction. Therewith is also the institution with public authorities, that's our Chamber for Architects. Other partners are associations of architects and other organizations. And of course, here education plays a large impact, and also the NGO sector and citizens individuals. For us, it's extremely important to have the interdisciplinary cooperation at all levels, because that's the only way to achieve any results. Question is, what are short-term and what are long-term results? What we can do in short time is primarily the halting of the years-long devastation of the existing space. We need to find firm mechanisms for punishment, control, but also implementation of the elements of security and halting or ceasing the ongoing devastation. We cannot allow the legislative framework, but also to individuals to continue infringing the space at all levels. We're talking about unplanned construction, illegal construction, devastation of natural environment, not only through construction, but also through other interventions in space. That has to be stopped. Only when we stop it and work long-term on the awareness about the importance of space, we may achieve a green, sustainable country where happy citizens will live. That's a very long-term plan. But at the moment when we stop devastation and raise the awareness among citizens on what it is, we're at the level 0. We're constantly in the negative territory. We first have to reach 0 to start climbing. What do we think is the most important? Raising the general awareness on the culture of space, not only among citizens, but also among decision makers, i.e. politicians. And to initiate among politicians such legislative framework and provisions for implementation and control, for mandatory implementation of measures to raise the culture of construction. And that's the only way to see the implementation in space, actually, in foreseeable time. Thank you very much. Let's listen to the results of our third workshop. Tihomil Matkovic from the Zagreb Association of Architects will present the workshop dealing with creation of environment, knowledge and exchange of knowledge and experiences, raising the level of awareness, stakeholders and their inclusion in the process. They suggest all that we should answer certain questions, how to promote the culture of construction and design, and how to put on in the first place the quality of the space of the location, how to mobilize various stakeholders in space to contribute to that goal. Can we create the level of awareness and the awareness which actually creates certain capacities and helps through various tools to achieving these goals? So what have you concluded, Tihomil? Good afternoon to all. Thank you for being in our premises of the Association of Architects of Zagreb and for these beautiful presentations and workshops now. So I will share with you the results of our group work, aiming at the definition of the environment where something like this can be implemented. We have observed certain challenges, the least of which we see in our poster. You would have to zoom it in very much to see our challenges, and I will share them with you. They are the manner of transposing the goals from the national to the local level, because that's where the crucial base of our stakeholders is, and that's our citizens, ultimately. One of the challenges is also understanding spatial planning as such, or physical planning as such. That's a problem within the profession, even more being a problem among citizens who, in a way, need to understand it and use it in good faith, which often isn't the case. Often it's necessary to bear in mind local influences and impacts. As we see frequently as a problem and thus challenges, the short-term policies mostly referring to 4-year terms of office, and one additional final problem, financing. Among the possible solutions to establish the environments to follow and monitor architecture policies, one of the first solutions is co-financing from the state level for their implementation, and after which follows the state orientation, or the state's orientation to the high-quality development of public spaces and public buildings using the best possible policies, which are certainly implementation of architectural and urban planning competitions through choosing the best possible projects from competitions, thus leading the entire society towards the best possible quality of construction and environment. We shouldn't neglect the supervision of the entire implementation, so that on one hand it can be a purely statistical one, but on the other one it could be supervision of quality or the lack thereof. That's one of the elements being neglected lately in Croatia. And some other relevant initiatives are education, certainly, as we've already heard, from the lowest levels or the youngest levels, from kindergartens up to the education of citizens on the culture of construction. Something that already exists and its additional impetus is the awarding excellence for solutions in space, which may be the award for the best courtyard, the best designed balcony, or the best designed house, as we do award in our Association of Architects. To achieve that all, who are those who implement it, we see it seemed to our team that for the phase 0, we have to have one person full-time employed by the state, which we don't have. Next to him or her has to be a counseling team, an interdisciplinary team of professions linked to its space, which could make the step forward in the culture of construction. Who would be the partners? In Zagreb, we already can see that large developers have realized that the quality of what is built around us, which they ultimately sell to end users, greatly depend on the quality of their planning. As large developers are true partners for something like this, and I think that they could also contribute to the understanding and extension of the ideas on the culture of construction. that partners equally so has to be sought at the level of local self-governments and cities, because ultimately this has to reach all citizens. And the stakeholders, all stakeholders, are the citizens whom we have to reach with our idea. When looking at the possible results and impact, we should actually work with all these elements on the guidelines and recommendations on how to address space and how to develop it in terms of the culture of construction and the large quality of space. Of course, we may see that best, if you push forward the best practices. The awarded examples have to be greatly communicated, and that's the best way for the general public to perceive the qualities. Some of the main messages are certainly education, but also focusing on long-term planning in terms and unlike short-term plans within one political mandate. Here we see also a possible unanswered question that we constantly have to have in mind. What is the relationship between the profession and the politics? In spatial planning, so they must work together. The profession, through spatial planning, always thinks long-term, while politicians think much shorter term. And that relationship has to be much better. And another unanswered question is how to go back to citizens with better quality. At the level of the profession and politicians, we will certainly agree on it at some point, but we have to reach the citizens ultimately. Thank you, Tihomil. We have reached the very end of our workshop. I would like to invite our main guest today, who will, through several final words, conclude this workshop. João.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, I have the hardest task. It is to briefly, in 1 minute, try to wrap up. I was just very briefly say that it was a very rich and good event. I think it was able to have very good speakers that bring us their experiences and what happening in their countries, that we could learn and have this per-learning exchange. I think the workshop supported by ESPON and marvelous organized by our Croatian colleagues had been wonderful, and it has been very rich, at least for me. We had a presentation first about Sweden, about the Swedish architectural policy. We had the second one about Netherlands and how does the system works with the chief government architect and advisors. And finally, the new policy of Finland by Emma. I think there are 3 different cases that, of course, cannot be adopted in different contexts, but we can learn and we can bring in lessons of innovation and the difficulties and successes that we can bring on for other contexts. After lunch, we had the 3 workshop sessions that were briefly and marvelously presented by our moderators, one about impact, design environment and implementations. I will not repeat again, the main conclusions were already said. I think that I will try to address the question that is at the end of the workshop, what comes, that is, how can architectural policies help to set up the right conditions for high quality architecture in the built environment? This is a very broad and complex questions. I would say that after all of these days and presentations, we can bring in the several lessons. One is that is an incremental process. So this is not one solution for all. These have something that is evolving. between partnerships and partners and measures and learning. So the first experiences of the Croatian architectural policy of 2013 certainly will be a very valuable learning for the new generation of the policy. So we could say that the new generation will learn with the past, so it will be evolving and it will be able to be more effective in the future. I would say very shortly that the value of having an architectural policy is in fact to set high aspirations for spatial quality. It's to bring in a vision for the future, a long-term vision for our quality of the built environment, to set objectives for public action, to try to define mechanisms of implementations through an action plan or other type of measures, trying to define the stakeholders and partners can be involved. So all of this is part of the result of an architectural policy. So it's valuable, yes, it's important, yes. It will, of course, being effective or not, it depends of the will and the political willingness and the resources and the capacity of the actors to take it to their aims. So we could say that yes, it improves the governance system of architecture and spatial planning. Ultimately, the state has a responsibility to push for better places and high quality environments. So yes, there is a role of leadership that the state cannot took aside, and is a key to influence and bring other stakeholders and improve the quality of communications and help the local councils that really have the hardest work on the ground and reach better places in the future. Thank you.
After everything that we've heard today, what is left is to thank all the presenters, moderators, the Association of Croatian Architects and the Association of Architects of Zagreb, our interpreters, technical support, and ESPON, of course, which have made this workshop possible today and to have us talk about these topics. I hope that you will all leave these premises with a good idea, with a good message, and perhaps new knowledge and information that you will utilize in implementing and creation of the architectural policy of the new generations. That's the task that we are pursuing, and we're expecting your help and assistance in it. Thank you all again, and before saying goodbye, when you receive the questionnaire from ESPON, asking several questions about what was the workshop like, please answer. And for those who were with us online, I presume they have already filled in the Slido application that asked them a few questions. Thank you. That would be all until our new meeting. Goodbye, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.